Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone on this beautiful Monday morning? Now, I've got some good news, bad news, and some indifferent news. Good news, I did do some warrior leveling. Bad news, it wasn't nearly as much as I hoped it was going to be. And in different news, that means today's stream is gonna be a whole lot of dungeon spam on, which may or may not be your cup of tea for viewing, but at the very least, it'll give you something to have on, and it'll be easy for me to interact with chat, because a lot of it's gonna be pretty mindless. I'm not gonna do my roulettes just yet. The reason being, I am pretty behind on gear for my level. I've got three if you count my weapon. I got 3 of 6 left side pieces in Ironworks, and I'm about to go into Samal. So, or no, the Airy. My bad, the Eerie. Alright. It's even worse. So yeah, it's gonna be rough for whatever healer I get. I'll probably do some small pulls until I can get some pieces from the Eerie. Hopefully pieces that replace the left side armor that I've got. That is absolute garbage. And then once I hit 60, then I'll go ahead and do roulettes and hit a quick level 61. So that I can go right into Stormblood dungeons. So yeah, that's my plan for today. I'll probably also take a break from the dungeons every so often and do some of the role quests, because I can still do the caster role quests and the healer role quests. The only one that I will not be able to do is tank. But I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm getting there. Hanging out in Camp Bronze Lake. Mostly because this is where the Heaven's Ward Warrior quests take place. And the Heaven's Ward ones still give skills, so I kind of have to hang out here so I can pick up the quests as soon as they become available. But I've already done the most important warrior quest, and that is the one that gives me access to Fellcleave. That's the one that really matters. The next one that really matters won't happen until level 70. I believe the level 70 one is the one that gives me inner release. Right? That's how that works, I think. Let's see. Yes, 70 gives me inner release. And then 76 gives me Nascent Flash. And I get nothing until Bloodwetting, is that right? Reading that right? Oh, I think it's just traits. Oh, the only traits I get is Enhanced Thrill of Battle, Nascent Chaos. Okay, yeah, Nascent Chaos is the one that gives me Inner Chaos and Chaotic Cyclone, so that's cool. Increase Beast Gauge when landing Mithril Tempest in a combo. This trait should not be a trait, honestly. And what I mean by that is Mithril Tempest should just give Beast Gauge by default. It honestly should. It kind of sucks that it doesn't. And 76, we get Enhanced Shake It Off and Enhanced Thrill of Battle. So Uh, Shadowbringer's leveling is gonna mostly just be traits. Not really any skills outside of one. Oh well. Let's do this. Let's see how bad this is gonna be. My gear is garbage. I'm gonna try and do a big pull and see how it goes. And that will determine how I do everything else. You can go ahead and home gang right now. Because, wow, they hit harder than I thought they would. This might be a tad ambitious of me. By a tad ambitious, I mean extremely ambitious. Give it a shot. Mostly because there's only 4 enemies in this pool, so it's not as bad. Oh, this dude is ranged. Okay. Okay, so that wasn't completely terrible, but I feel like some of the big pulls are just not gonna be happening. Was I really the only one that remembered that that was the dynamo? It's okay, my next, the next one should go much, much better. Oh, wait, that reminds me. Oh yeah, I already hit through. Okay. Okay, the next one will go much better by virtue of the fact that, I think I should level up at the end of this. And if I do, that's fantastic, because the next skill that I unlock is actually Raw Intuition, so I'll be able to heal myself a whole bunch. Oh right, they changed these mobs, didn't they? Yeah, I remember now. They changed these because, Let's just go ahead and fight these guys here. Because as I have said many, many times, my gear is trash. You're still defending. Cool, we'll take it. No, I'm not doing this big pull. My gear is way too bad, and I don't have nearly enough cooldowns for this shit. Oh, that's how those work. Okay. I knew they changed this. I couldn't remember how exactly it was changed. This dungeon got changed a lot, because this one used to have the gas clouds that would be spawned, and then you would have the bomb ads that you needed to drag into the gas clouds in order to get rid of them, but you had to make sure that the gas clouds only took like one or two of the gas clouds, otherwise they would explode and wipe the raid or something. It was kind of weird. And it was actually important to, if I recall, to get rid of as many of the poison clouds as possible, because as long as they were up, the boss got a damage buff. equip that. Yeah, grab that. And I got 2 accessories, so that's nice. Okay, that one wasn't my gear. That was the healer just deciding to do nothing. Yeah, that one... Okay, yeah, the healer's saying oops. Yeah, that... He knows that one was on him. I do like that they changed this fight to mimic the trial fight a little bit more. Because in the original version of this, that AoE that he just put on the ground and the Hot Wing and Hot Tail were not part of this fight. They were only seen in the trial. Same with this dive bomb here. I'm surprised. I'm almost surprised they didn't make that a that stack marker an Ockmorn. Okay, choker offending and the axe. Also, I unfortunately did not level up. I thought I would get enough XP for that, but apparently not. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Another thing that I did do over the weekend. Um, I finally got around to solo killing Ravana EX and Bismarck EX. So my ninja has some fancy new daggers as glamour. They're daggers, quote unquote. These things actually look more like a lot more like full-blown swords to me, but you know, whatever. They are probably the second coolest swords and the daggers and the ninja weapons in the game. The coolest ones, of course, being the 2.0 relic, which I refuse to do on another character. Mostly because I did all of the relics on my main for 2.0 and 3.0, and I refuse to go through it again. I've done my time. But I did also start unlocking the Warring Triad. I'll be going through that at some point today too, probably during one of my breaks from dungeon spamming. Go ahead and solo kill Sephiroth, Sophia, and Zervan, aka the Fiend, the Goddess, and the Demon. Love the homage to FF6. I'm really kind of hoping that at some point during one of their ultimates, Square Enix decides to make the Warring Triad. I really, really want the Warring Triad to be an ultimate fight. Like, if they were going to do something that wasn't strictly themed after one of the raids, but just had some fights that were cobbled together to make an ultimate, I would really like them to do the Warring Triad and Kefka. They're probably never going to do it, but that's what I would really like to see. Because I think that would be a really cool raid, because Kefka is one of my favorite fights in Omega. And the Warring Triad was a really cool trial series that they did. So, you know, putting those two together would be a lot of fun for me. I could even almost predict how the the fight would actually progress. You would fight. You would start off fighting Kefka in his normal form, and then you would go through fighting each of the Warring Triad in sequence. And then Kefka would ascend to his God Kefka form and would be the last bit of the ultimate. Would be fun. Okay. Round 2 in the Eerie with marginally better gear. I'm still 10 eye level. My average eye level is still 10 lower. Okay. This is going better. I didn't feel the need to home gang on that. And I only used one of my cooldowns in general, so that's good. That's good. I'm just gonna throw axes. Okay, so far this is going significantly smoother. Go ahead and re-up the food because I know I'm gonna have to at some point during this run anyway. Yeah, healer, you don't want to stand next to me. This boss cleaves. There we go. Next boss will give me a level. This is going to be a little ambitious of me, but I'm going to go for it. Okay, it worked out. Now let's see about this big pull. Okay, this one's going pretty well. I'm gonna go ahead and take those earrings of fending, even though I'm not gonna use them, simply because by having them in my inventory, the guaranteed drop that I'll get from the dungeon won't be the earrings. It'll be something that I'm actually going to be able to use. Okay. Level up. Now I'll be able to accept the quest that will give me raw intuition. And And after accepting that quest, I think I'm going to have to drop by Limsa to get rid of all this extra gear that I'm picking up. I didn't dodge that in time. Oh well. Sound like it does that much damage anyway. Bracelet of Healing. Earrings offending again. Okay, so yeah, this run went much smoother than the first one. Come along, wyverns. So I should be able to do whatever pulls I feel like with impunity from this point forward in the leveling, in Heaven's Ward leveling at least. Is the monk really not going to help free the healer? What an asshole. Before anybody says anything about me not helping free the healer, Nidhogg has cleaves. I don't know specifically if that tank buster cleaves, but I know he cleaves in general. Hello there, Missy. What you up to? What's up, Macy? You want in my lap? Is that what you want? She's currently perched on my desk, just kind of staring at me. What's up, Macy? Okay, I got the gloves. And now I get to do this warrior quest, so I can get the best defensive ability in my toolkit. The screw, or as I like to refer to it, the screw you, I don't need healers button. One of many that I will be getting in the course of leveling through Heaven's Ward. The other one, of course, being Equilibrium, which used to be very different before they removed stances. Now we gotta go to the Isles of Umbra, which normally I would take that ferry and pay like 40 gil for the privilege, but these days you can just fly there. Because it just exists. As does Moonshade Isle way over there, which is for the Sahagin Beast Tribes. Alrighty, that was easy. I forget what exactly the Heaven's Ward quests are about for Warrior. If I remember right, it's something about we're trying to teach warrior techniques to other people and figure out how it is that you are able to control your inner beast so effectively. And we determine that the reason why you're able to control your inner beast is because you focus your energy on protecting your allies or something, and that allows you to control your inner beast. And so they use that to try and teach warrior abilities to more people. because the whole deal with the initial warrior quests is you tap into your inner beast and it unleashes a massive amount of power, but anyone who taps into that power runs the risk of succumbing to their inner beast and becoming a mindless, uh, just risks becoming completely mindless and a uncontrollable monster. And Curious Gorge and Broken Mountain both succumb to their inner beast. Broken Mountain refuses to pick up the axe again. He instead acts as a scholar. And Curious Gorge, at this point in the story, I believe he still doubts his own ability to control his inner beast. And it's in trying to help him that we discover that the secret to controlling the inner beast is thinking of protecting your allies instead of just, enjoying combat or something. And then the Stormblood warrior quests are all about Curious Gorge falling in love. Like, not even kidding, that's the story. One of the warriors of the steppe comes to Eorzea, and she falls prey to her own inner beast. And Curious Gorge sees her fighting with her inner beast, and he falls in love with her as she beats the hell out of him. Oh, before this queue pops, I need to turn in the gear that I'm using. And let's not turn in the earrings offending, because I need to keep those so I don't get them as the guaranteed drop from the leveling dungeon. That was a really cool change that they did. Oh right, I have to open this. That was a really cool change that they did, where they made it so that every time you run a leveling dungeon, you are guaranteed to get at least one piece of gear. It's not quite enough to get all of the pieces, get a full set from each dungeon before going on to the next one, but you don't really need a full set to move on to the next. It's just, really helpful, especially for healers and tanks. DPS, it doesn't really matter as much. Hello, Missy. What you staring up at me for? Hmm? I'm finally starting to run moderately low on food. I say moderately low because I still have a shitload of food. But it's way less than what I had before. I'm finally remembering to actually use the stuff. Okay. Next area run. Let's go. Oh, somebody has a Moogle weapon. I can hear it. Oh, it's the White Mage. We got a Moogle cane. Alright, there we go. Much, much smoother. Damn, I was all ready with my anti-knockback, and he doesn't even target me with it. What a jerk. It was on me, but I don't really care. I'm kind of glad yeah, I'm kind of glad that they finally made those big dragons always active instead of being sleeping. Because while it was cool that you could dodge the sleeping dragons and have fewer enemies to fight, it was also kind of annoying to try and do that and then have one guy screw it up. I already have the choker. The accessory that I still need is the ring. And then I would really like to get replacement boots and helm. Because those are my lowest pieces right now. I don't think I can stun that? No, I can't. I think Missy's trying to tell me she wants food now, but Missy is going to be very disappointed because she's not getting food for another 2 hours. Aiming, earrings of aiming. Nothing that I need, unfortunately. But the good news, at least, is that even if I'm not getting anything that I need, I'm still in a much better place than I was before, because I have simply because I have access to raw intuition now, which I just used for no fucking reason. But raw intuition helps a lot. Robe of Casting, Ring of Healing. This chest, what's in it? Baneslave and Choker of Slaying. I have to hurry up my food. This might be my last run of the Eerie. Don't know. No more saving Estinian. Yep. It's true, Estinian has been removed from this fight. Oh, that Reaper is not paying attention. I am kind of annoyed that this dive bomb is always down the middle like this. No, it's once again a case of, yeah, it's cool, but it could have been done better. And in this case, it could have been done better by not necessarily having more dive bombs, but by having the dive bombs be a little bit more randomly placed. Yay, Orthodox coat offending. And of course the Orthodox coat offending drops from the chest. As I knew it probably would. Oh, and I did not level up. Okay. More area runs then. And more gifts to the Maelstrom. And I would really, really appreciate getting upgrades to my helm and boots prior to heading into the next dungeon. Because the vault is a huge pain in the ass. How you doing, Missy? You're still sitting down there staring at me. Yeah. Staring at me like you're expecting something. At least you've learned not to chomp on my cables. Yeah, it took a few days of dealing with that, but eventually she got the message. Hissing works. May feel silly to hiss at your cat, but it works. It was a very, very clear no message to them. Let's browse Reddit while I wait for this queue. Hmm. Browsing Reddit a little bit to see if there's anything interesting. Alrighty. Dippin' Dot. Who remembers Dippin' Dots? Because I do. I remember some of the advertisements for it were like ice cream of the future or some stupid nonsense like that. Ah, raw intuition, I love you so much. It's such a good cooldown. Sorry, I found this one. Found this one tweet just as the queue popped, and I want to chat about that a little bit whenever I get out of this dungeon. It's a good one. It is the classic, not a real Final Fantasy argument. Oh, there it is. I was wondering where the ad was. The healer apparently doesn't know how the tether mechanic works, or doesn't care. The summoner is just barely out of range of that cleave. Hey, the ring offending, nice. So now when I finish this dungeon, I'm guaranteed to get either the legs, the boots, or the helm. Which is good. Because I want to upgrade my helm or my boots. But knowing my luck, it'll give me the pants. And then, also knowing my luck, it'll give me the pants in the last treasure coffer too, after killing Midog. Gloves of aiming. Ah, I ran in too far. Thought I could get away with it. I was wrong. Yeah, leveled up. You know, Missy, I was just talking about how you don't chew on my cables anymore, and then you go and do that. Let's make sure those mobs are inside the Doton, because I am a responsible tank that respects my party members' Doton and or Slipstream. I can't roll on that because I'm using it. Seriously, when did it become a chore to just bring mobs over to the tank if you happen to pick them up? Don't just stand off to the side. Don't run around trying to kite the mob down. Just fucking come over here next to me, stand here for a few seconds, and my AoE will pick them up. It's not a hard concept. Oh man, crit shield. I probably could have stood in the dash and not cared. I'm just glad that this ninja has not been trying to use single target Doton. Seriously, people, single target Doton is bad. And if you actually do it, you should feel bad. No, that's not good. Either you're gonna need to heal yourself real quick. Oh, I got the Greaves. You know, I saw that those were legs, and I was so sure that it was going to be the fending legs. I was so sure. But it wasn't. It was actually the scouting legs. So I've got upgraded pieces for everything except my helm. Oh, I never equipped the ring. Yeah, I needed to equip one of those too. And now that I'm not going to be doing that dungeon anymore, I can go ahead and get rid of the Orthodox earrings. And before we go into the first run of the vault, I want to go over this tweet that I found with the not a Final Fantasy game nonsense. Somebody tweeted, Don't you feel like if the internet existed as it did today, back when FF7 came out, it would have a similar response to 16? Materia? This isn't my Final Fantasy. Where's the crystals? Yada yada yada. That actually happened. Okay, it was granted. It wasn't it wasn't over the internet. Uh, it didn't happen over the internet. It was just within like friend groups. Literally every single time a new Final Fantasy game uh got released, okay, there would be at least one person in every friend group that hated it. Okay, just would absolutely hate it. And I'm no exception to this, just by the way. I've played every single Final Fantasy game. I haven't finished every single Final Fantasy game, but I have played them all. And there are quite a few of them that I just straight up do not like for one reason or another. Now, I've never gone so far as to say, you know, they aren't real Final Fantasy games, because that's just stupid. The Final Fantasy games are whatever you want them to be, because that's the whole point. But the arguments have existed since the time I first got into Final Fantasy games, which, by the way, wasn't until Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X was the first Final Fantasy game that I distinctly remember playing, and while the internet did exist back then, it wasn't nearly as expansive as it is now, not by a long shot. It was still in its relative infancy at the time. And so I got into Final Fantasy in a big way after playing through 10. And I went back and I played through every single one of them by means of, you know, ROMs and emulators, because I couldn't get my hands on the actual games by then. It was damn near impossible to even find them, much less purchase them for the ridiculous prices that resellers wanted them for. But going through and just reading different opinions on the internet back then about different Final Fantasy games, and just talking with my friends about the different Final Fantasy games, like, every single new release has had some subset of people that do not like it and declare that it isn't a Final Fantasy game. Once again, I am no exception to the not liking some of them camp, but I personally never went so far as to say it's not a Final Fantasy game. Although I will admit that 16 is the closest that I have gotten to actually saying that, because my typical response whenever people ask if I'm going to be playing it is always no. If I wanted to play Devil May Cry, I'd play Devil May Cry. Which is not to say that 16 is not a Final Fantasy game, because it absolutely is. It just plays out similarly to, the gameplay is similar to Devil May Cry, and it's not the type of gameplay that I particularly enjoy or look for in a JRPG. No, and I was looking back at some of the older interviews where Yoshida was talking about, when they were trying to come up with talking about their meetings when they were trying to come up with a combat system for FF16. And they actually did a poll, apparently. I'm not sure where they did this poll. I assume it was sent out in like a Square Enix newsletter or something, regarding whether people prefer, Final Fantasy fans in particular, preferred a turn-based combat system or a more real-time action combat system. Apparently, the results of that poll among Final Fantasy fans was pretty evenly split. Just as many Final Fantasy fans like, the real-time action combat as like the turn-based combat that Final Fantasy is known for. And Yoshida was trying to figure out how he could, make FF16 work, but ultimately decided that they needed to go hard on the action combat camp rather than the turn-based camp for two reasons. One, general gaming trends. While the fan base of Final Fantasy might be split on whether they prefer action combat or turn-based combat, the gaming community as a whole, outside of very small percentage, vastly prefers action combat over turn-based combat. And it's not hard to understand when you really start to think about it, because honestly, the people that play turn-based games are the ones that play things like Civ and XCOM and tactics games. Those games, even the most popular of them, is nowhere near as popular as an action game like the aforementioned Devil May Cry. Like, it's not even close. And mind you, when I say action games, I don't specifically mean hack and slash games like Devil May Cry. I'm also talking about things like, Resident Evil, things like Ninja Gaiden, which actually it's another hack and slash. But you get my point, that there are way more games and genres in the real-time action space than there are in the turn-based space. And those games are just naturally more popular in general. So even though the fan base was split as far as Final Fantasy fans were concerned, vast majority of people in general like the action combat. And so Yoshida decided that rather than, try and make a game that would do both, they decided to, just make it pure action and go with it. Which, in my opinion, was a good decision. Because had they tried to do both, I don't think it would have turned out nearly as well. I think it would have been okay, but not nearly as well received. I don't know why you guys are going ahead. Like, the door is locked. We can't go past this point until we kill this group. Okay, now we can go. Now I can actually do a big pull. Okay, first boss down, and I did not use food. But I haven't gotten the experience yet, so maybe... Nice! It did count. I got the extra 3%. Now, if I remember right, there's another chest. Yep, there it is. Pick that up. I can't remember if that door is locked until after you kill these guys or not. I don't think it is. Can't remember what the name of the tank gear is in this place. I want to say it's the Ostiary, but I just don't know. I do not remember. Yeah, warrior versus warrior. Let's go. They are definitely not offending. I wish they were. It would be much easier to figure it out. I can't remember if this... Okay, yeah, it does. Okay, let's not have him near that, or the samurai could walk into it anyway, I guess. Let's see if I do anything for you nice ever again. Inquisitor, that's what it is. The Hellenic Inquisitor. And they unfortunately drop the very clear and widely understood, you know, of fending slash aiming, maining, scouting, all that shit. And we're just like, nah, we're gonna make these ones weird. We're gonna give them all church names, because, you know, you're in a church, right? So clearly everything here needs to be named after the church, because the church is evil. Oh cool, I got the ring too. Or at least I will once these guys roll on it. And I believe there's a coffer down here, yep. Let's see. Minutes. It really annoys me that you can't stop this guy from summoning these gargoyles. Like, I really would like to be able to stop him from summoning the gargoyles. And now it's time for some filthy rats. I mean, I am a cat boy. I'm basically a filthy rat. Not as bad as a Lalafell, but it's still pretty bad. That's right, Charybird. I discuss you with everyone I know, they all think you're disgusting. No missing. And unfortunately, they didn't roll on it, so what I was worried about would happen, happened. I could have gotten the Inquisitor's earrings ahead of time, but because they didn't roll on it, it didn't drop into my inventory. So the piece that I got, the free piece that I got, were the earrings that I would have already had. Pain in the ass. Okay, but at least I got a chest piece. Brand new chest piece that I'm just gonna go ahead and do this with. Boop. Would really like to replace this eye level 90 helm. Now that it's getting to be like 50 eye levels behind. Let's go ahead and queue up again. And let's go ahead and turn in some of this stuff. So I didn't get too many pieces, but... Okay, let's scroll through Reddit some more and see if there's anything more interesting. Oh, there's some... Oh, the post got removed. Lame. Why was it removed? Social media hate speech. Huh. Well, unfortunately, this one got removed from r/funny for reasons, I guess. But it's a couple of cops attempting to arrest a black guy who is insisting that they have the wrong guy. And when they finally, he tells them to dig out his ID, and they pull out his ID, and it turns out the guy's an FBI agent. So I'm sure those cops got a stern talking to. Sadly, it won't change anything that they do in the future, I'm sure. Okay, so we got another ninja. Yeah, it apparently got removed from the /funny subreddit, which is a little weird to me because it definitely is funny. But whatever. It's their sub, I guess. Hey, dude, that was just the wrong place to put that Doton. I am not bringing him back there. Like, there's a ranged unit in this pack. I would have to drag those mobs all over the place to get them to sit in that Doton. That was the wrong spot to put it. Wait, what am I doing? There's a range thing on that. And range pull on this. And let's bring this back to this guy. You know, Ninja, I respect the Doton as much as possible, but you have to understand that certain mobs need to be pulled in certain ways. Like, I cannot always get ranged units inside your Doton wherever you put it. You need to, like, wait until I've stopped moving to throw your Doton down, not just throw it down wherever you think I should stop. See, he did it again. There's a ranged mob right here. I cannot do anything with this. Okay, so place your bets. Does this guy use Doton on single target or not? Let's see. Oh my god, there it is! Why? Why do you do this? This is the kind of shit that makes me die a little inside. I think he somehow heard me through the internet. He only used it once. That's Exorcist. That's also Exorcist. Oh, the healer's going for that. Good. Priest. Lame. Okay, let me see. Is this locked? It is not locked. Okay, cool. I can pull these. Where's the ranged dude stopping? There he is. See, now you can go ahead and place your Doton, Ninja. There you go. That's how you do it. Okay, let's go grab this chest. Exorcist earrings. Lame. Need more Inquisitor stuff. Oh my god, Ninja, why?
I will not yield to you.
Is it bad that I'm tempted to start pulling enemies out of his Doton just to convince him not to use it? I don't think it'll work, but it makes me smile to think about it. Now, granted, I wouldn't pull mobs out of his Doton if it was like an appropriate use of Doton. Like, you know, if there were 3+ mobs, like they're supposed to be when you use Doton. But if he used it on the boss solo, then just pull the boss out of Doton. And maybe he would stop using it. Hello, Missy. Yeah, Missy's still trying to convince me that feeding her now is the correct choice. Spoiler alert, it isn't. I actually don't think he was even in, the boss was even in that Doton when he placed it.
And now the final cut. This shall be a mercy. You disgust me.
Yes, Cherubert, we've been over this. I discussed you with everyone I know. They all think you're disgusting.
Sickness must be purged.
The sickness in this case usually refers to Lalafels, but right now I like to believe he's actually referring to ninjas that use single target Doton.
Sickness must be purged.
Oh hey, the axe dropped. Nice. Oh, the Ossuaries stuff is for Dragoon. Wait, did I? Oh no, the other one I got was Hallowed Halls. Okay. Okay. Visitors, boots, axe, and my axe. Really, really hoping I get a helm upgrade. Okay, let's queue up again. Next one will give me level 58 and will unlock Equilibrium for me, which is nice. And then level 60 will upgrade Steel Cyclone into Decimate. And then I'll be doing roulettes so I can get the fast level 61 and move on to Stormblood leveling. And I think after, either before or after roulettes is when I'll take a break from the dungeon spam and do some role quests, do some solo kills on the Warring Triad, things like that. Oh, and while I'm thinking about it, let's go ahead and teleport to Bronze Lake. Because once I get out of this vault run, I will need to do the level 58 warrior quest. Where essentially everyone's like, hey, we finally figured out how to master your inner beast. You have to focus on protecting your friends. It's the power of friendship, guys. The power of friendship is all you need to master your inner beast. I'm watching this video again of the dude looking at his ID and seeing FBI. uh, so good. Five years ago, the gaming industry decided to drop banger after banger. God of War, Red Dead Redemption 2, Spider-Man, Detroit Become Human, Smash Bros. Ultimate. Let me introduce you to a year called the year 1996. I want to say it was. It was either 96 or 98. I want to say it was 96 because I think 96 had Ocarina of Time, Pokemon Red and Blue, uh, StarCraft. What else did it have? I'm fairly certain that was 96. Hang on, let me see. Let's look up a list. Here we go. 1996 in video games. Okay. Wait, that's Game of the Year awards. I don't care about the Game of the Year awards. I mean, that'll tell me a lot, but here we go. Video games released between January 1st and December 31st in 1996. We had Resident Evil, Super Mario RPG, Diablo, Super Mario 64, Crash Bandicoot, Duke Nukem, the first Tomb Raider, yeah, Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue. Let's see, Legacy of Kain, Command Red Alert, the first Command and Conquer Red Alert, Mario Kart 64, Parappa the Rapper, Wake. Let's see, what else is in this list? Oh, Star Wars Shadows of the Empire? That was a good game too. Donkey Kong Country 3. X-Men versus Street Fighter, Persona. Like, if you want to talk about good years in gaming, That was a good year. But apparently I was wrong. Ocarina of Time and StarCraft did not come out in 96. I think that I'm getting 96 crossed with 98 because I'm pretty sure they did come out in 98. If it wasn't 96, then it was probably 98. In fact, now I'm curious. $1998. Yep, Ocarina of Time right there. Wow, wow, 98 was a crazy year too. That had Metal Gear Solid, Ocarina of Time, Resident Evil 2, Half-Life, Grim Fandango, Sonic Adventure. Yeah, and there's StarCraft, Baldur's Gate. And now I can't scroll through the rest of the list because I gotta focus on tanking. But the very last game that's on the list for how far down I scrolled, Spyro the Dragon. Let's see, scroll down a little bit more while I'm pulling. Star Ocean Second Story, F-Zero X. So they were both fantastic years in gaming. Oh, by the way, just as a side note, this dungeon is apparently, if you don't want to do crafting at all, this dungeon is apparently the fastest way to make money without using, like, the market board and such. Apparently what you do is you come in on Blue Mage and you just steamroll the first couple packs, like everything up to this boss, and then you leave and reset him and reset. And it gets you something like 500k an hour if you do it right. Yeah, you don't want to stand there, Summoner. Now, granted, it is not the most effective means of making gil, but it is apparently the fastest if you don't want to use the market board in any way or do crafting leaves. If you do want to do crafting leaves, then, you know, those are the best way to McGill. And I already have the ring. Lame. Oh right, that's still on cooldown. Whoops.
I'll cut you to pieces! I will not yield to you! I have the power! Down with you!
I didn't hit that in time. Lame.
Down with you!
I don't know if I actually had food up for that last boss fight. I did not. Ah, it's a Friar's Helm. I saw that it was a... I saw that it was a headpiece, and I was hoping that it was the tank helm, but it's not. Auditor's bracelet. I was really hoping that I would get more of the accessories so I wouldn't run into the obvious issue of my guaranteed drop just being accessories. I mean, in general, I just want more tank pieces to drop so that I can get the full set before I move on to the next dungeon.
Filthy rats! Get on with you!
Nice, we actually skipped the first march.
And now the final cut! This shall be a mercy. You disgust me.
So, Missy has given up on convincing me to feed her earlier. She is retreated to her tree and was looking at me with an expression of what I assume is faint disgust. At least until I leaned back in my chair. Once I leaned back in my chair, her eyes just opened wide and her ears pricked up like I was about to get up and give her her food.
Sickness must be purged.
Hey, the Unicult. Oh, I might actually get it too. Rolling 94. Let's see. Yep, I got it. Okay, and I do have the earrings, so the necklace is the only accessory that I don't have. And then I need to get... I'm down to needing the helm, gloves, and boots. And helm most of all. But first and foremost, let's pick up Equilibrium. Talk to Curious Gorge. Talk to Curious Gorge again. And he wants us to slap him, so we slap him. And now we get to go and kill some kobolds, because why not? Okay, now we come around here. And Curious Gorge has gained some more control over his inner beasts. And then we learn to heal ourselves even more. Okay, back into the vault. Let's see, what else came out in 98? I still have that list pulled up. Parasite Eve, that was really good. Banjo-Kazooie. Thief, The Dark Project. The yellow version for Gen 1. Rainbow Six. Xenogears. Mario Party, the destroyer of controllers. Tenchu. Soul Calibur. Brood War also came out in 98. Oh, that's just the first page. Star Wars Rogue Squadron, Marvel vs. Capcom, Turok 2. Street Fighter Alpha 3, Unreal, Metal Slug 2. Damn, so many good games. Suikoden 2. Bunch of wrestling games, apparently. Dance Dance Revolution, wow. Panzer Dragoon Saga. This is oh, this is sorted by popularity, so the lower we go, the less interesting games are gonna be popping up, I guess. No, Missy. Hey You Pikachu, oh my god, I remember that game. I remember thinking it was so fucking stupid. Rival Schools, one of the lesser known Capcom fighters. All in all, a lot of good games. Yeah, now people are comparing the release dates for Rockstar in the comments. So the Rockstar releases from the list that this person has posted, Rockstar releases from 2003 to 2012. Okay. So 9 year span. Midnight Club 2, GTA Vice City, Max Payne 2, Manhunt, Red Dead Revolver, GTA San Andreas, Midnight Club 3, Warriors, Bully, Manhunt 2, GTA 4, Midnight Club LA, Red Dead Redemption, LA Noire, Max Payne 3. From 2013 to the present, GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah. That was it's a very telling list. Not yet, Missy. I see you there staring. I think after this dungeon run, no matter what time it is, I'm gonna have to go ahead and feed her because she is really starting to turn on the brat mode. I don't care anymore, enemies. I can heal myself. I have reached the point of warrior where I don't need a healer anymore. I was about to wonder why the hell this Astro just gave me a balance card, and then I realized that I'm the only melee in the group. This is not a stack. This is not a stack. It actually is a stack, but not when I have it. I'm a tank, I don't care.
You to pieces!
Yes, Grino, I'm sure this is gonna be the time when you finally manage to pull it off. Missy, are you just chasing your own tail right now? You are. It's absolutely adorable. Okay, let's grab a quick drink. Inquisitor's bracelets, I already have those. What do I feel like making for dinner later? I really shouldn't be thinking about dinner already because it's not even 2 o'clock, but regardless, I am.
Filthy rats! Get on with you!
Oh, they were already super spread apart. Okay, there we go. Yay, and once again, we just casually skipped the first march.
And now the final cup! This shall be a mercy. You disgusting. Sickness must be purged. Get on with you!
I apparently got hit with one of the
Sickness
turrets, so that sucks.
Sickness must be purged.
Gauntlets. Damn. Wow, I rolled a 1 on the song. I suppose that's fair. I got the one song earlier, and I also got the minion, so... Okay, let me go back to Limsa, dump a bunch of this stuff real quick. And it's actually around 2 o'clock anyway, so I guess it's not such a bad idea to go ahead and feed Missy now. Yeah, let's do that. Yes, Missy, it's final time. I'll get you your food. Yes, yes, here you go. There you go. Here you go. Get you some water too while I'm up. That's... Now that the brat has been fed, to grab myself a yogurt. And relax for a bit. And we'll take a break from the leveling grind and do some role quests. Some role quests, some Warring Triad. Some fun stuff. While I enjoy this yogurt, let's scroll through Reddit some more. Diablo 4 is starting from a good place? No, it isn't. Hmm. Nothing interesting. Smokers shouldn't be allowed to be dashers? What? This is a DoorDash subreddit thing. Nothing worse than receiving your food only for the bag to smell like it fused with the stench in someone's car. Did you order the smoked salmon? uh, that's funny. I mean, I can kind of understand where they're coming from with that. I have a little bit of a different perspective on it. Because I honestly don't notice cigarette smell all that much. Although that's probably less to do with me being able to block it out and more to do with the fact that I kind of grew up with several smokers in my family, so yeah, I kind of just got used to it, I guess. Okay, now then, let's do... You know what, we'll start off with the Warring Triad. The Warring Triad is more fun. And doing solo boss kills is also amusing. Where is... There it is. Yeah, I can do this on my ninja. At least it would be better to do it on my ninja, because my ninja is officially better geared than my summoner is. My summoner is still only a 404, my ninja's got full 530. So I should be able to do the normal mode Warring Triad solo pretty easily. I'm not so sure I can do some of them in EX. Or more specifically, I'm not sure I can do Sephiroth EX. Oh, right. They're up here. Yeah, there's Ukai. Containment Bay S1T7. Okay, let's murder this dude. We're not going to talk about how I butchered my opener there. Now we can just watch Sephiroth kind of appear. He just kind of pops into existence. Watch. There he is. Yeah, there we go. I wanted the music to play for a little bit longer because it's a pretty cool song. And as I recall, there was a little bit of controversy with that song too when it was first released because it sounds very, very similar to Power Man 5000's When Worlds Collide. Very similar. Not completely identical, but it's really close. And as I recall, the one of the band members from Power Man 5000 got really upset over this song and called it a blatant ripoff of their song. Now, I don't think anything ever came of it legally. Oh, he gives me a thing that unlocks Sephiroth EX. Yeah, I don't think anything ever came of it legally, especially given that the, song hasn't been changed. But it was a it's a fun little moment in history for the game. Now, before it'll let us go up against Sophia, we gotta go and find out why the Etherochemical Research Facility has been broken into. Um, we're not sure why it's been broken into. We only know that the Garleans are in here. We find out later that oh gotta do this. We find out that the Garleans shouldn't have been able to come in because Urianger placed a seal over the entrance that should have prevented anyone from going inside. And after the fact, we find out that Unukalhai thought it would be a good idea to remove that seal and then plant the idea that there is a super special artifact that the Garleans should totally go and try and get in order to provoke them into, in order to provoke the Garleans into, you know, entering the facility that was now wide open. And
In the name of the Emperor!
he's doing it because he wants us to take out Van Hydrus, the Legatus. Oh, there's more people back here. Okay, remember, I am level 60. I do not have access to a lot of the fun stuff. Oh, right, I can't actually kill this thing. It just does its self-destruct. And Van Hydrus just spends the entirety of the fight muttering about us being savages.
Can you withstand this?
And now we just sit here and wait because this is It's a sort of DPS check where you're not meant to like kill the ad, you're just meant to lower its HP below a certain value in order to survive the attack. But if you outgear it like crazy, like I do, then you can just kind of kill it and sit there for a little bit. Now we go back to Mordona after Unukahai reveals that he was the one that took down the barrier to lure the 6th Legion there because he wanted to take out Van Hydrus. And the Scions are essentially like, cool, don't do that again. But right now, we have more important things. Namely... Let me see, can. Just arrange this camera perfectly so we can get a best view possible of Missy. There we go. Perfect. Okay, now we need to go and deal with Sophia, who is waking up a little early. Well, early according to the story, not early according to when we are actually getting around to it. You know, one of these days I gotta spend some time here and find out if the Void Ark can actually be seen flying through Az's Law. Because I know it goes through the Churning Mists and the Sea of Clouds. I've heard that it also comes through Az's Law, but I've never actually seen it here. Now, at some point, I'm going to have to test that, see if it actually does come through here. Okay, P1T6. Let's go. And I can show off a neat little trick that the devs do in this fight, if I remember to.
The unenlightened power.
Hey, what's that hanging out under the stage?
Come forth, scales of revelation. I would know the weight of your souls.
Yeah, the scales are actually just hiding underneath the stage the entire time. Those scales, at least. They're just hiding under the stage.
Can you break sin must be balanced with suffering.
Oh wow, we're just gonna immediately go into that? Okay. Yeah, the scales are hiding under there, and then once you get to the point where they actually come up through the floor, they just enlarge and are drawn through the floor. But they are tiny little scales under the arena until then. Okay, that one's done. Now back to the Rising Stones. And how much? Okay. 300 Poetics. Trying to think of what I'll be able to afford to buy for my tank when I finally get it to level 60. Mostly just going to be going for the accessories and the weapon. Because the armor, I'll get the 210 gear for. And then, just like he did for Sephiroth, he gives you an item that allows you to unlock Sophia EX. I'll give the Warring Triad EX fights a shot on my ninja. Again, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it because some of those mechanics hit really, really hard when they aren't done correctly. But I'll try. The worst that can happen is I get my face kicked in. Go ahead and give this dude the thing. And this time around, we find Van Hydrus here wanting to help us out. And he does. We actually have him break... he helps us break the remaining chains on Zervin so that we can deal with him properly. And while everybody initially is just like, no, we have no reason to trust you, what the hell would you, why the hell would you even be interested in helping us out? And his response is just, I came here because I wanted to find a way to shackle icons. If these shackles are breaking of their own accord, then they are completely worthless to me. I don't know why I bothered running out of that. It wasn't gonna kill me by a long shot, but still. I really hate that this boss has positionals in this phase, by the way. It's really stupid.
Good and evil, the war eternal. My doubt is fled.
Oh no, I didn't skip Soar! I didn't skip Soar! God, I saw Soar twice! I am just awful at this game. There we go. Now Zervin is done. And then I'll get the item to unlock Zervin EX. And then I guess I'll start trying to do the EXs solo. And maybe get some of the birds. Okay, now give me the thing that lets me open up Zervin EX. Thank you. Okay. You know what? Out of curiosity, let's go through the other ones too. Let's go through all of the Heavensward EXs and see what happens. Let's see if I can solo all of them. Okay, so far so good. Actually gonna go ahead and build some extra gauge here. Now I need to get the hell out of the center. Need to make sure to kill one of them because they'll do that combo where they buff each other otherwise. Okay. Shit. Do not want to have that happen. Oh, that sucked. Should have gone for the small ones instead of trying to kill the big one. That was dumb. And Shade Shift unfortunately doesn't last long enough to cover Ultimate End, but it does cover all of the bounces and stuff. This is where things get really bad, because I'm stunned for this entire duration, and that thing is going to do a lot of damage. Oh my god! Yeah, I figured. I'm gonna give it one more try though, because I feel like my health was a lot lower than it should have been because of the screw ups on Meteor. And we'll give this one more try. I'm actually going to save Shade Shift for the spear to see if that helps. Because this doesn't do nearly as much damage as the spear does. Especially since the spear is followed up with Heavenly Heal, and I gotta get hit by both. May have hit that a little too early. I don't know if it's gonna... No, it should cover the spear. Some of it, at least. Oh boy. Ow, never mind. Nope, that did 137k. Now, there's no way I can live through that. The only way I could solo that is if I got to level 90, got all my skills, and got my gear and shit. because then I could burst him down before he even got to that point. I cannot survive that. Okay, let's try Nidhogg. Boy, I think I can do this. Oh, man. Oh, I didn't skip this. I did not skip this. That's not good. Yeah, there's no way. I wasn't doing enough damage to skip spears, so... At this point, I'm like 90% sure that there's no way I'm going to be able to do Sephiroth EX solo, not at this level at least. I can do Bismarck and Ravana EX, but that's largely due to the fact that there's not much to those fights. The others all have different mechanics in them that make it harder to solo them. Now, if I was max level on my ninja, I probably could, and geared, I could probably do it. If I was this level, if I was level 83 on my warrior, and my warrior were as geared as my ninja is right now, I could probably solo them. But I cannot solo them on my ninja as I am right now. Which is unfortunate, but, you know, it happens. Let's do the role quests for Caster and I guess Healer too? I think I still have to do the Stormblood quests for Scholar, now that I think about it. And I believe the role quest for Caster is here in Amarang. It is indeed right here in Amarang. There's a Fate getting ready to spawn. Yada 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 blah blah blah. We don't really care why we're hunting the cardinal virtue. The only thing that matters is that we're hunting the cardinal virtue, and somebody saw it, and it's the black mage from the Warriors of Darkness. Turned into a Sin Eater. Because reasons. Yay, I get to play as Nilbert. And this one is just Black Mage Simplified, as I recall. Because you don't get Astral Fire and Umbral Ice. You just get the Ronkin Fire and Ronkin Ice that give you the effects of those without actually getting the different buffs. Yay, it's a Minotaur. Of all of the different role quests where you play as one of the Warriors of Darkness, this one, in my opinion, is the most boring. And yes, it is specifically because you play as a Black Mage. I can't remember all of the details of this particular quest line, but if I remember right, I think Nilbert is looking for someone who got sucked into a void portal of some kind of dimensional portal, and he's just been looking for ways to bring that person back. And like that has carried over to his life as a Sin Eater, where he's just constantly opening up portals that Sin Eaters are coming through, looking for this person. Let's see, what's 78? Okay, so I've got 2 more. And then once I finish this one, I can finish the caster role quest. I'll get another crystal, and I'll be able to take that crystal to not Geralt and get another set of artifact gear. back to Mordsuk. And then get ready for the final quest. And then switch over to healer and do those class quests as well as the role quests. Assuming I can. Because I know my healer's gear is not fantastic. It's not completely terrible, but it's not fantastic. But if I can do this on Summoner, I should be able to do it on Scholar just fine. Or Sage, whichever. Okay, and now for the fight against whatever they call the Sin Eater that Nilbert became. Phronesis, okay. Refresh. Wow, it's been a while since I saw that ability being used. Doesn't matter what he means to do. He's dead. Again. How many times must we teach you this lesson, old man? Back to the Crystarium. Okay, so that one's done. Now we swap over to Scholar. Vanishing Egg. Yeah, I do still have to do the Stormblood quests. So yeah, let me actually go to Limsa and do the Stormblood quests for Sage, I guess. What's my gear even look like? Not too bad. That's not where I want to go. That's where I want to go. Oh, now I gotta go back to Limsa and talk to the, Billmaster. What the hell is this thread? What is it with people wanting Heaven's Ward combat to return? Heaven's Ward combat... I gotta read this now. Heaven's Ward combat was extremely unfun and extremely punishing. I get people love skill expression because they like to feel like they're better than others, but I rather not have to juggle 3 dots, slashing, blunt, effect, etc., debuffs, your own self-buffs, TP, and watching my aggro. TP was such an issue in Heaven's Ward they gave Monk like 3 ways to get their TP back. I really feel like people are wearing those rose-tinted glasses when it comes to Heaven's Ward combat. I don't know about you guys, but with how they designed fights now, that sounds like a nightmare. imagine doing ultimates on top of them adding more skills as more expansions come out. Really don't think people think of the future of the game when it comes to Heavensward playstyle. I feel like many people would have quit the game if FF14 combat stayed like Heavensward. To an extent, I agree. But not very much. Pretty much the only thing I can agree with getting rid of entirely was TP. Because TP was a really stupid system with the way it worked. Namely, the fact that it was tied to things like sprint. And sprint drained all of your TP, so, you know, any kind of physical class would have a hard time using sprint if they were able to use it at all. The slashing and piercing debuffs, I actually wish they could make a comeback, because I think those were really interesting. The only downside to them was it created it created more of a meta comp where, like, if you, because people didn't do a lot of groups back then didn't run 2 melee 2 ranged. Okay, a lot of groups actually ran 3 melee and 1 ranged. Some groups did run, you know, 2 and 2. But I believe the best groups ran 3 melee. Mind you, this is before they changed how party buffs worked. And by party buffs, I mean like the buffs that you get for having, you know, a melee, a ranged, a physical ranged, and a caster. Where you get like the 1% buff for each of those types that you have in your party. Back then, it was based off of which main stat your classes used. So what would happen is you would have you would either have a setup where it was like a ninja, 2 other melee, and a caster, or a ninja, 1 other melee, or 2 other, or if you didn't have a ninja, it would just be like 3 melee and a bard, because then you would get the buffs for Vit, Mind, Dex, and Strength. The only one you would be missing would be Intelligence. And if you had a caster instead of a physical range and a ninja, then you would get all of them. Because the ninja's main stat was Dex. I gotta go back to the Marauder's Guild again. But yeah, that was the only really bad thing about the slashing debuff and such, was that it created more of a meta comp where if you were running a physical ranged, you needed to run a Dragoon. Because Dragoon is the one that had the piercing debuff. If you were a warrior, or no, if you were a ninja, you wanted to have a warrior in the party because the warrior had a slashing debuff, so you didn't have to use your own slashing debuff, because ninja had one too. and they were the only, if I remember right, they were the only ones that had it, so you wanted to run either a warrior or a ninja or both, but you always wanted to have one of them. And then if you were a caster, you wanted to have a bard in the party because bards had foe requiem. So I can understand why they took those abilities away, because it just kind of removed the it removed all of that sense of, okay, you need to have this class if you want to play this class and this other class in raid. None of it was by any means required in order to actually progress in content. Eventually, that's the key phrase there, eventually, because if you were doing world prog, it mattered. You know, if you're talking like week 3, week 4, and beyond, yeah, it didn't matter at all. But if you were talking like week 1, then yeah, you absolutely needed to have that meta comp so you can have all of those party buffs working together. And I feel like what should have happened is, rather than have specific classes have the debuffs that they needed, give each debuff to each type of class. So, like, give a magic vulnerability debuff to all of the casters. Give a slashing debuff to all of the melee DPS that use slashing weapons. Piercing debuff can go on both Dragoon and the physical range, things like that. I feel like that would have been a more interesting way to take it, because then it wouldn't have been so much you need to have a Dragoon if you wanted to play Bard. It's more, oh, we have a Bard and a Dragoon in the party, so the Bard can use their piercing debuff, and the Dragoon can focus on just doing damage with theirs, with their combos. I feel like that would have been a more interesting way to take the combat. I also do miss the cross-class system as the way it worked. Mostly because I liked some of the interesting things that you could end up with during it. Most of the time it wasn't that useful to have it, but it was still interesting. Oh right, it's still Eos on this character because I didn't use my pet glamour to change it into Carbuncle. See, what were some of the other points that he made with the Heaven's Ward combat boost? Let's see. Managing 3 dots? Okay, to me, managing a dot was no different than just managing your cooldowns in general. Or your rotation in general. Like... I'm not sure what the complaint is there. Because, like, if you're playing, if you're playing Bard, then you already know what it's like to manage dots, because that's literally all of Bard's job. It's just managing your dots. And that hasn't changed between Heavensward and now. But I do agree with them about TP being stupid. TP was and has always been stupid. And I am glad they got rid of it. Now, as far as aggro goes... there are some times when I do miss aggro management, because aggro management was fun in some ways. However, I'm not sorry to see it go. Largely because I also remember all of the times when it was hard to manage aggro, simply because one DPS didn't do their job in lowering their own aggro. Because aggro management wasn't just the tank's job back then. In Heavensward and Stormblood, aggro management was everyone's job, not just the tanks. And unfortunately, most people in Duty Finder and in Party Finder treated it as specifically the tank's job. So what would end up happening is everybody else would be doing their aggro management properly, and then there'd be one DPS that decided not to hit diversion or quelling strikes or whatever, and suddenly you had to turn on tank stance again and lower the group's overall DPS just to make sure that the idiot that decided to ignore his job didn't eat a tank buster. Or didn't leave the party or something. So I can kind of see the argument the guy is making with how a lot of aspects of Heavensward combat were kind of shitty. But I think what a lot of people are specifically referring to when talking about wanting Heavensward to combat to come back is things like... Can I just go up one of these? Oh no, it's I feel like what people are actually talking about when they say they want Heavensward combat to come back is they want their dot management back. They like that was fun to them. You know, they want different combos to come back. That was fun. They want the cross-class system to come back. That was fun. Like, the only bad thing about the cross-class system was, again, having certain skills needed for certain roles being locked behind specific jobs. Like, if you were playing a tank, you had to level Gladiator. It was not optional because you needed Provoke, and only Gladiator got Provoke. So things like that were really annoying. But the rest of it, having branching combos, I went to Quarry Mill instead of Tranquil. Goddammit. Having branching combo paths was fun. Because I know specifically on Ninja, okay, on Ninja, we currently have 2 branching combos. Or combo finishers, I should say. In Heaven's Ward, there were 3. And one of the combos was entirely different, because there was one, if I remember right, there was the Shadow Fang, I think is what it was called, which was a dot. And then there was another combo that applied the slashing debuff. I forget what that one was called. And then you had Armor Crush and Alien Edge. So there were actually 4, now that I think about it. Pretty sure there were 4. So yeah, I don't think people want Heaven's Ward combat in general to come back. I think they just want specific pieces of it to come back because those specific pieces were fun and interesting. And yes, part of it is definitely that they want to, you know, flex skill expression and, you know, be like, hey, I can do this complex rotation throughout this entire fight, no problem. That's definitely part of it. But I fail to see how that sort of thing, that's really a bad thing. Like, it's a bad thing if people exclude other players from party finders because they're not as good or something like that. Like, I can see how that's bad, but that has nothing to do with the combat system. That has everything to do with the attitudes of the players. If the players didn't have shitty attitudes, you know, maybe they would try to help people learn the combat better rather than try to be a dick and talk about how much better they are. You know, normally I would give a quick summary of what's going on in these quests in this quest line, but I don't remember it at all. This is one of the few quest lines that I legitimately do not remember anything from. And it is specifically the Stormblood section, because the ARR section I do remember. And I believe this gives me Ether Pact, right? Yeah, this gives me Ether Pact, as well as the 290 gear coffer that I'll just be immediately turning in for like seals or throwing away or whatever I can do with it. Because I don't need any of it right now. Let's see, what's another thing that I don't miss about Heaven's Ward? Oh yeah, bonus stats. You used to be able to, you used to get 30 bonus points to put in whatever stat you wanted, whatever main stat you wanted. But there was no reason to put any particular, to put points into any particular stat except for your, whatever your main damage stat was. So casters always put it in intelligence. War tanks always put it in strength. Melee DPS always put it in strength, except for ninja, who put it in dex. Fizz ranged put it in dex, and then healers, I believe healers put it in mind, because I believe, yeah, they always put it in mind because that was their healing, and then they had cleric stance, which shifted their mind into intelligence and made their damage spells do more. Okay, but enough about that. The Stormblood role quests, or Stormblood class quests, are done. Let's do the Shadowbringers role quests for healers. I can finally do those now. I TP'd to the wrong spots. I need to go out here. Hello, Giat. And I know among healers specifically, what they mean when they say they want a return to Heaven's Ward combat is they want to be able to do more than just hit one DPS button all the time. Because I remember Scholar in particular had a lot of fun stuff they could do with their DPS. They had Shadow Flare, they had Bio, And miasma, they had miasma 2. Scholars had a whole bunch of dots that they could throw up on an enemy. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing that people mention when talking about Heaven's Ward combat. It's also just the different class designs. Because Heaven's Ward Dark Knight was fun as hell to play. It was amazing. I absolutely love Heaven's Ward Dark Knight, and I wish they would bring it back instead of it being just warrior but darkness. Yep, I have to remember that I actually have multiple quests in this area because I still have the thing for the 24-man. Now, if I remember right, the story behind this particular role quest is we're looking for the Sin Eater that used to be the White Mage of the Warriors of Darkness. And she appears to have the unique ability to heal Sin Eaters after they've been defeated in battle. She actually just walks up and heals them. However, we discover that she only heals certain Sin Eaters, she doesn't heal all of them. And so we try to figure out why exactly she is so choosy. Well, come to find out that the thing she did to become known as a warrior of light was she healed her people of a disease. She left her village so that she could, search for a cure for a disease that was killing people in the village. And she did manage to find it. And the Sin Eaters that she is healing now are the dwarves that left the village with her after she was exiled for finding this cure. Because she left the village without permission. And when she came back and cured everyone, everyone was happy except for the village leader at the time, who had forbidden her from going to seek outside help to, cure the disease. And she did it anyway. So when she returned, they immediately exiled her. And the dwarves that she cured left with her, deciding that if she was going to be exiled, they would all be exiled. And those dwarves that were exiled and also became Sin Eaters are the Sin Eaters that she goes around healing. And we figure out a really silly way of determining. Sure, let's drink the Mord Swill. The method we come up with to defeat them... Oh, hey, there's the B rank. We discover through echo flashbacks that the dwarf... that both the... the white mage and the dwarves that were exiled removed their helms. And that's why by the time she comes to the source as the warrior of darkness, she doesn't have the helmet on, but in the flashback sequences that we've seen, she does have the helm on. And so the Giat comes to the conclusion that the way you defeat these Sin Eaters permanently is you put dwarven helmets on them. I'm dead serious. That is exactly how the Sin Eaters are dealt with. We put helmets on them, dwarven helmets, and the white mage stops healing them, and they are destroyed permanently. And then we do the same thing to the white mage Sin Eater as well. Like, it's really, really silly. And the move that Giat does to put helms on them is called unceremonious behelming. As opposed to unceremonious beheading. Yeah, they decided to get really silly with that one. And as I recall, Giat actually ends up removing her helm as well in the process, and that ends up getting her exiled from the village too, because you never remove your helm as a dwarf, apparently. And this is the one where we actually find out that she only specifically heals certain sin eaters and not all of them. She heals this one, but doesn't heal the other one. Okay, let me remember this. Ronk and Renew, that's Benediction, Medica, Esena, Stone, Cure 2. Okay, let's go. That's not what I wanted to hit. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted to hit. Will you target her, please? Thank you. And do that. Nope. Oh, right. That was my fault. I remember now. Whoops. I forgot I was supposed to go over to, I was supposed to go over to the paladin who would cover me. Oh, I have to do this part of it too? Lame. Yay, did it. And that's where you find out that she went into Ronka to find a hidden healing spell that she could take back to her village to cure the afflicted. And then I think this next quest takes us to the village where... yeah, the next quest will take us to the village where we find out that she was rewarded for her cure with exile, and the other dwarves that she cured left with her, and those are the dwarves that she heals as a sin eater. I think I'm going to finish these role quests and then call it a stream for today. I was going to get back into leveling Warrior some more, do my roulettes and such, but I'm kind of hungry, so I'm going to go ahead and just end the stream as soon as I'm done with the healer quests and do the roulettes off stream later. Tomorrow is mostly going to be stuff on my main because I need to get the tomes for the weekly reset, and I need to get my my chest piece. So, kind of important. And then, of course, later on in the day, I'll be streaming re-clears as well. So, please look forward to it. Hopefully there won't be any memes. Or if there are memes, maybe there'll be fewer memes. Oh hey, there's the A rank. Funny how I keep running into that thing. And there's the B rank. So yeah, the plan here is to, as I said before, kill Sin Eaters until we happen to find a Sin Eater that Lemmet wants to heal and then put a helmet on them. Make them into respectable dwarves again. And then Lemmet will refuse to heal them. You know, a second. I actually don't have repose on my bar. There you go. I forgot that we need to use that I need to use repose on this. Oh, right. Can't kill them, we gotta put them to sleep. Then we can kill them. And there it is, unceremonious behelming. There we go. Oh no. And the helm gets destroyed. I'm gonna go ahead and skip the rest, but the rest of it is, oh, that was my last helmet. No, it wasn't my last helmet. And then, yeah, takes off her helmet and puts it on Lemmet. See? And she's angry. It's one of my favorite lines, by the way. You don't scare me, I have a giant hammer. There we go. Easy. Okay, so now the only role quests that remain are the tank ones. It's somewhat fitting that I do the tank ones last on my alt, given that I did the tank ones first on my main. Because at the time I wasn't maining Summoner, I was actually maining Warrior and was switching to Gunbreaker for the expansion. So yeah. Ended up doing the tank ones first last time. Hey, level up. Nice. So that's going to wrap up today's stream. Gonna get myself something to eat, do my roulettes afterward, get my warrior leveled up some more, hopefully have it well into Shadowbringers by the time, or not Shadowbringers, but Stormblood by the time I play it again. Like I said, first part of the stream tomorrow is going to be dedicated to my main and doing weeklies. making sure that I have my chest piece prior to raid, and then at 10:30 tomorrow is going to be re-clears, possibly memes, hopefully not memes though, but very likely memes. So see you guys then.